along with that moderate, consistent rainfall. The cars that remain on the road definitely taking things steady, slow and steady. I haven't seen any traffic altercations or anything like that, but the road is definitely accumulating that rainfall. And as you can hear, the hail, very small hail, is hitting the ground. You can hear it as it bounces off our vehicle right now, but once again, it is very, very small hail as the rain picks up here.
Hey, Brittany, so like pea-sized hail right now. When you were driving around earlier, are you guys seeing any ponding on the roadway out there making things slick?
Just a little bit, Darren. Basically, right now, it's just dealing with, I wouldn't say standing water or anything like that, but the water is accumulating. Like I said, it's been so consistent that it's, you can definitely notice as you're out on the roadways driving there. That's why it appears as though cars are taking things a little bit slower.
Well, you guys take it slow and be careful out there. Okay, we'll talk to you later. Brittany, appreciate it. Well, we've been getting lots of pictures, even some video into the KSN newsroom tonight. This is a shot from 13th and Ridge. As you can see, they're getting hail about the size of a quarter out there. And this is a shot from Karen at West 119th Street and West 13th Street in West Wichita. As you can see, they are getting hail, yeah, about bigger than maybe a quarter there. And this is a shot from John Palmer. He picked up these hailstones in his backyard at Maple and Mays in West Wichita. Yep, thank goodness. Yeah, not almost the size of an Easter egg there, really. And we got this photo from Bridget McMichael in Augusta. Looks like some small size hail pieces in the palm of somebody's hand. We've also been getting some great video into our newsroom tonight. Take a look at this. This is some video sent in to us by KSN viewer Tambra. Sent us this video of what it looked like at 21st and Mays a few minutes ago. Yeah, that's some hail coming down on their car as they are stopped in the area. And hopefully they did not get any damage to their vehicle. Probably not. Okay, well, we will continue to show some of your pictures and video on the air. Make sure you send them to reportit@ksn.com. But standing by right now is Laura Bannon with new information for us.
Thanks, Darren. If I can get the tornado watch that we have, the graphic for Weather Computer 2, there it is. I just want to talk about the tornado watch that we still have in effect. So it's still early in the afternoon. We've got several hours for this type of weather, this behavior that we've been dealing with all afternoon long to continue. Now, so far as the storms go, they've been really focused in the south central part of the state. Now, that's including Wichita. We do have several storms rolling through the area. We do have one storm that we're keeping a very close eye on for a potential funnel cloud. We've got tornado. We've got tornado warnings on one storm that's been so far just south of Wichita, tracking to the north and east. So with this red box area, and you can see it is stretched all the way through the central part of the state, even eastern Kansas, and then it also does actually wrap all the way back around just east of Hill City. So that means we have that tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock. So with these storms that are developing, pushing through the parts of the state, conditions will remain favorable for tornadoes with any of the storms that move through your area. So if you are in this box where the red is highlighted, you'll definitely want to have a plan in place as far as getting ready for the storms that may pass through for your backyard. I'm going to pass it to Dave. He has fresh information with a storm tracker radar.
Thanks, Laura. That area that you've talked about is where we have the bulk of the activity at this point. Still a number of active tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings. I do want to just mention, though, that in the last couple of minutes, we're starting to see a little bit of activity bubbling up in southwest Kansas. No warnings yet, but the atmospheric conditions in the southwest have become a little bit more favorable in the last little while for storms. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We will keep you posted if anything changes. But just wanted to let you know that we are keeping an eye on our friends and neighbors to the south and west. Now, as we come back into south central Kansas, we still are dealing with this line of storms kind of up and down in either side of the turnpike. So let's tackle some of the stronger ones. First of all, in the Wichita metro area, a new severe thunderstorm warning issued in the last couple of minutes for Sumner and Sedgwick counties. So the National Weather Service telling us that they are at this point not thinking about taking a tornado warning up into the city, but satisfying with a severe thunderstorm warning for the possibility of some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds coming back up into the city. So you see, we do have one batch of rain that is now picking up across the center of the city, but notice a little bit further south, we have a little bit more intense echoes down around Hayesville and on down toward Clearwater. We track that area where we've got a little more intense echo coming up into the city over the next couple of minutes. This is going to be coming into Midland in 1 minute, Riverside in 2 minutes, 3 minutes to Oaklawn, 3 minutes to Keeler, and 4 minutes to Connell. So you can see this will be a picking up of the rain and an increasing threat for a little bit of quarter-sized hail, along with those gusty 60-mile-an-hour winds coming back up into the south part of the city. Now, we've had a fair amount of rain recently. We've had a little bit already today. Here comes another real good frog strangler. So you know all the places in the metro area where the water comes up when we get a lot of rain very quickly. So let's have a heads up here. Remember, turn around, don't drown. As the water comes up across the city, don't fall into that trap of thinking you can drive through that water. Let's all use some common sense as that comes back up across the metro area. And of course, that's not even to mention the fact that we could see the larger hail and some strong winds. Now, the bottom side of this storm is where we have a tornado warning still in effect for the northern part of Sumner County. There's Wellington. The most likely location for the possible tornado has been very evident to us for the last couple of hours as we've tracked this series of storms. But I would say right now it's the least impressive that we have seen for a good long while. But if I was to pick out a place where I'd be most concerned, it would be just about right there. And if we move that to the northeast at about 25 miles an hour, still on track to come into Riverdale in 11 minutes, 14 minutes to Ziba, 20 minutes to Peck. But again, a less impressive signature for that storm as it continues across the northern part of Sumner County. And we did see the indication here. In fact, it's now official. The National Weather Service just telling us that the tornado warning for Sumner County will be allowed to expire, and that's very good news. Let's confirm with meteorologist Laura Bannon and the Doppler part of the radar that, in fact, that signature continues to weaken. Laura, what are you seeing?
Dave, that's right. I was just looking at the Doppler part before that. If that part. Sorry about that. Okay, so now wanted to talk about the Doppler part that we have. I was just a couple minutes ago, I was looking at the fresh scan that we have indicated. Now, there's still some very weak indications, and that's been the general trend as the storm continues to push to the north and east, that we have the outbounds against the inbounds as it continues to progress to the north and east. It does appear that this storm is weakening, so that possibly something we'll have to keep a close eye on, as we still have that tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock. So the tornado threat is still present until at least 9 o'clock. So we'll have to keep a close eye on this storm as it continues to push north and east. We just got a new update, so that would be a solid indication that, again, that tornado threat has diminished for this particular storm.
And I'm glad you used the word diminished, because it's never zero on a day like today, but I totally agree, and our friends at the Weather Service obviously seeing it that same way, that we have less of an indication of that. And what good timing as this gets ready now to come right up into the Sedgwick County and the metro area. And there you see it. The tornado warning now officially has been allowed to expire. So at this point, we don't have any tornado warnings in the KSN viewing area. So that's some good news for us. But notice that a severe thunderstorm warning does continue. We still do have the indication, as we mentioned before, that we still have the possibility of some large hail with this thunderstorm right in that area from Hayesville down to Clearwater, and that's going to come right up into the city here in the next couple of minutes, along with some very heavy rain. So we urge everyone to use common sense and observe your precautions as that comes into the area. Now, looking at Butler County, we still have a couple of very strong storms here, actually one south of El Dorado and one to the north of El Dorado. I know that the emergency management folks in Butler County have been trying to get some spotters on that storm a little bit further to the south of El Dorado there, moving up toward Leon. At this point, there's no indication of anything more than just the large hail threat, so we're going to go ahead and treat it that way for right now. And if you look at that, moving to the northeast at about 25 miles an hour, that would come into Rosalia in about 26 minutes with a threat for some quarter to perhaps up to golf ball sized hail out of that storm. Then the storm that's a little bit further to the north in Butler County, moving on up into Marion and potentially Chase. Chase not under a warning at this point, but we do have still a pretty good storm coming through northern Butler and southern Marion counties, moving to the northeast at about 25 miles an hour. That will be moving toward Burns in about 3 minutes. Orsler in 5 minutes, down to Florence in 8 minutes. I think we do still need to be prepared for quarter to perhaps half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds as that storm continues to move to the northeast. Chase County, that's a little bit of a heads up for you. I would not be surprised if our friends at the Weather Service didn't extend that warning. We'll keep you posted if that turns out to be the case. So Darren, at this point, it's nice to be able to toss it back to you with no active tornado warnings in our immediate viewing area.
It is nice to see those storms starting to weaken just a bit, if it's just a little bit. Okay, thank you, Dave. Well, if you are just tuning in, a note that USD 259, the Wichita School District, is keeping some students late tonight. It sent this message out earlier. Due to anticipated weather in the next 10 to 15 minutes, we are holding 410 dismissal. All walkers and bus riders should stay indoors. Parents and kids are encouraged to join them. This is not a tornado shelter alert, but is precaution to keep kids safe. We will let you know when buses have been released to head home and walkers are safe to leave school. Buses will run regular routes when the all clear is given. All right, we've been going out to our reporters out in the field this afternoon, and Avery Anderson is south of Wichita on the turnpike, and she actually had to head inside the car for shelter. Avery.
Darren, we actually had to make our way inside of the car because there is lightning outside right now. You're looking at a picture of a storm cell that's making its way north to Wichita from the Wellington, Mulvane area. If you can see off to the west, southwest, you might actually be seeing a little bit of lightning out there right now. Now there has been a little bit of hail falling sporadically. It isn't quite up to pea-size hail, and it's been falling every couple of minutes with about a 5-minute window of just rainfall. I know we're right in the middle of the cell making its way north right now. You can see it's definitely raining out there. For the last hour or so, the rain has been continuing to pick up, and then there will be slow, sporadic times of where it's just kind of sprinkling, and now I can definitely see the moisture and the rain picking up at this point in time. We will continue to keep you updated as we're here at the Kansas Turnpike. Just one little bit of advice. There are a bunch of motorists making its way south towards that storm that Dave and Laura have been talking about. Once again, if you know any motorists that have been out on the road on the Kansas Turnpike where the storm is following along, make sure to give them a call. Let them know that if the weather does get too intense out here, there are some storm shelters just right on the side of the turnpike by the toll booths, and there is some safety precautions that they can take there inside the storm shelters. There were water bottles, light kits, and batteries as well if the storm does get very out of hand in the next couple of hours. But we'll keep you updated when we know more. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Quick before I let you go, Avery, so you guys were getting ready for a live shot. You were all set up, and then all of a sudden you saw just a lot of lightning, and you guys had to act pretty quickly to get inside the car to seek that shelter.
Yeah, Darren, that's correct. We actually were about to go live for a live hit, and we saw some lightning. Our producer said, no, you got to get in the car because, you know, a lot of times lightning can be just ahead of the storm. We are seeing, like I said, more lightning just to the southwest of it. It is sporadic, a lot like the hail and the rain that's coming down right now. But once again, if you do see lightning, make sure to get into shelter like we are right now. Maybe if you're out driving around, just stay in your car, or if you can get under some kind of building, under some kind of shelter as quickly as possible, we definitely advise it.
Okay, Avery Anderson reporting live on the turnpike south of Wichita tonight. Meteorologist Dave Freeman standing by live now with the latest information on these storms for us.
Thanks, Darren. We can hear thunder here downtown in Wichita as our next batch of heavy rain and the possibility of hail is now coming up into the Wichita metro area again as we continue to follow this line of storms from north central Oklahoma all the way up into the northeast part of Kansas. We continue to watch very carefully for the threat of a couple of tornadoes that we've had in the last little while, but at this point, we do not have any active tornado warnings in our viewing area. That's good news. But nonetheless, a lot of strong storms out there. You can see them stacked up along and either side of the turnpike and I-35 all the way down into northern Oklahoma. So let's go ahead and take a closer look. First of all, in the metro area, why are we starting to hear thunder in the downtown? Well, we do have a little something over top of us, but it's what's just coming into the southwest side of the city. Another strong area of rain and possibly some quarter-sized hail, gusty 60-mile-an-hour 60-mile-an-hour winds getting ready to come up from Hayesville and move right across the downtown. So we're looking at this getting into South Seneca Gardens in 7 minutes, Purcell in 8 minutes, Midland 10, and Riverside 12 minutes. And it does look like this would be on track to come right across the downtown with another round of very heavy rain, perhaps some quarter-sized hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Remember, we've had a couple of rounds of rain already, so when we get one of these real good heavy rainers coming across the city, in addition to the hail threat, be alert to the high water. We all know exactly where that water is going to come up. Happens every time, and every time we seem to get people driving into it. So let's have some common sense as this comes across, because this is coming across right as we head into rush hour over the next couple of minutes. So please do be alert to that. Now, we continue to watch the leftovers of what was the tornado concern in Sumner County. Right now, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. We do still have a couple of these indications of a little dangerous twisting of the wind on our storm tracker. What this suggests is that we're not completely out of the woods. Maybe we could get a little bit of a brief spin up, or we could see some stronger straight line winds out of this. But I would say that it is clear of Wellington. It's not going to be getting into the Wellington area, but let's go ahead and just kind of track this for you. Moving to the northeast at again about 25 miles an hour. This area will be moving into Peck in 1 minute. It'll be coming into Sandburr Hill in 5 and Wego-Waco in 5 as well. And there's a new severe thunderstorm warning extended along that over the next couple of minutes. So I think that we're still expecting quarter-sized hail and some 60-mile-an-hour winds as this is coming up into the storm. I do note, just in the last moment here with that new warning, that the National Weather Service just notes with this new severe thunderstorm warning that a tornado is not entirely out of question. As I just mentioned, we're still seeing some of that indication on our storm track radar, so I think that's a wise precaution as this comes up in Hayesville and Derby and McConnell Air Force Base, this part of the storm. Of the wind still coming up on our storm tracker radar just south of the Sedgwick County line. Let's go a little bit further to the south and west from Argonia back down into the eastern part of Harper County. We have another thunderstorm that may produce some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you're in that area, we would also suggest that you take the appropriate precautions. Let's go ahead and put a track on this storm. This is one that has developed in the last little while, and again, like the others, is moving to the northeast at about 20 miles an hour. So that's going to be into Argonia here basically any moment, into Ewell in about 13 minutes, Conway Springs 21 minutes, down to Millerton at 37 minutes. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds coming out of eastern Harper into western Sumner around Argonia here in the next couple of minutes. So be prepared for that change. Now, coming up into Butler County, just in the last couple of moments, emergency management in Butler County reporting quarter-sized hail in Leon. That's this storm that is right here. As that storm continues to move to the northeast between Leon and El Dorado, those of you in the path of this, again, we just had the report of quarter-sized hail, also 60-mile-an-hour winds entirely possible on that as it continues to move toward Rosalia with an arrival time of just 11 minutes down to 29 minutes at Bellevue. Again, quarter-sized hail just reported near Leon in the eastern part of Butler County, and there's a little boomer here in the downtown as that storm now comes in from the southwest side. Before we leave Butler County, let's just check that other one that's up north of the Turnpike. Got a pretty good storm in the northern part of Butler County, who's still with the potential for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, very heavy rainfall. And as we follow that one, that actually extends up into Marion County and will be moving to the north and the east. So this is still an area where we may have to deal yet with some possibility of additional warnings, perhaps for Chase and Morris counties here in the next couple of minutes. Wansavoo arrival time 5 minutes, Cedar Point 6 minutes, down to Clements in 17 minutes. Again, I'm worried that we may actually have to see some warnings extended because it looks to me like these storms are still capable of 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail as they continue continue to move to the northeast. We will obviously continue to keep an eye on that for you over the next couple of minutes for those of you in that area. We were alerted to the potential for a little something happening in southwest Kansas. Have not seen anything additional in that area, so it looks like we're going to be okay on that. And just in the last couple of moments, I see a new report of golf ball-sized hail now southwest of Wichita near Clearwater. Golf ball-sized hail now may be moving up into the southwest part of Wichita. We'll continue to keep you posted on that. I think I heard somebody in my ear say that we're going to take a brief break at the news desk. Oh, okay, I got you. Sorry about that. A little hard to hear at the same time. We're going to keep it for just another moment or two before we turn it back over to our colleagues at the news desk. Again, line of thunderstorms now stretching from the northern part of Oklahoma, basically along and either side of the turnpike, all the way up into northeast parts of Kansas. We do not have any active tornado threats at the present time, but I would remind you that the storm that we were watching that's coming up into South Wichita has a history of that, and we do need to be alert to that. So right now, the northern part of that storm is coming right up into the downtown. Over the next couple of minutes, we're going to see it coming into Oaklawn in about 3 minutes, Cowtown in 10 minutes, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds on the front end of that thunderstorm. But I am still concerned, and the Weather Service is still concerned about this, the dangerous twisting of the winds that is still indicated on our radar, and that's coming up into Derby, Mulvane, potentially McConnell Air Force Base. This is not a slam dunk, of course, otherwise we'd have a tornado warning on it. But the National Weather Service has indicated some concern. We will continue to track it as KSN News at 5 begins.
Begins now.
Tonight, severe storms impacting hundreds of thousands of Kansans. We have our crews out live covering the storms.
And our meteorologists tracking just where those storms are heading to help keep your family safe.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Darren Dito.
And I'm Stephanie Bergman. Tonight we are tracking that severe weather threat from across south central Kansas. We want to start with the radar.
Dave and Laura are tracking the storms. And what is the latest, guys?
Well, again, the one that we're most anxious about at this point is the one that is just now coming back up for the second or third round into the Wichita metro area. We have a strong storm that is now up at the southwest part of town at I-235 from the South Exchange up to about K42. It's showing a more significant indication of quarter to golf ball sized hail just to the west of Hayesville, and all of this is getting ready to come right back up into the city over the next couple of minutes. So as I put a track on it for you, coming into the heart of Wichita, Oaklawn in 3 minutes, Cowtown in 7 minutes, the actual heart of downtown in Wichita in 8 minutes. Again, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. But I also want to mention, we all know what happens when you bring several rounds of heavier rain across Wichita. We're going to get some high water. You all know the places, so let's exercise common sense. Don't drive into that high water as this next round of heavy rain comes up into the city. Now, the other thing that I'm worried about is the bottom end of this thunderstorm. This has a history of having a tornado warning on it. Our friends at the National Weather Service, and we agreed with this, seeing less of an indication of that. So we got a severe thunderstorm warning on this, but with a little asterisk, and that is watch out. It's possible that we could see a rapidly developing tornado. Our storm tracker radar showing us a dangerous twisting of the winds here on the southeast side of this storm, just to the south of Hayesville. So there's no indication that anything is imminent right now. There is some reports from amateur radio saying there could be a little rotation with it, but at this point it's just a heads up. We'll keep an eye on it for you over the next couple of minutes, so we'll continue to watch that and keep you informed. Let's check the other storms that we're watching a little bit further to the south and the west. We've got a real good one here in the eastern part of Harper, western Sumner County, from Argonia back down to south of Anthony. This still looks like it could be packing a bit of a punch in the form of some large hail and some high wind as it comes up into the western part of Sumner County. I think we could be looking at quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds coming back in again to Conway Springs in 14 minutes, Milan in 27 minutes, Clearwater water in 34 minutes from this next storm that's on the back side of this line. We're also watching a couple of them in Butler County. The one in the southern part of Butler County is the one that has the most concern. We're also seeing an indication of a dangerous twisting of winds on this storm over the last couple of minutes. This is near Leon and getting ready to move to the northeast. So again, seeing a little bit more of a worrisome indication with this little appendage on the back side of that storm. Dangerous twisting of the winds indicated right there. Certainly what this does is it tells us in that area around Leon, we want to keep a real close eye here over the next couple of minutes to make sure that that doesn't generate something on the back side of it, kind of in a favorable position out ahead by itself. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. In the meantime, on the front side of this, quarter to golf ball sized hail. We just had a large hail report out of this storm a couple of minutes ago. So this will be moving near Summit in 1 minute, 7 minutes, Salyards down to 12 minutes at Reese and 16 minutes at Ivanpah. Again, quarter to golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Those of you on the bottom end of that storm, you got a heads up that there may be a little something cooking. We'll keep you posted on it. We follow that strong line of storms up into northern Butler, southern Marion County, all the way up into the northeastern part of Marion County. All of this continuing to move to the northeast at again, about 25 minutes. And this has me worried that we could be looking here, I think, as well, at the possibility that we could be seeing some additional warnings issued to the north and east of this area. And indeed, storms will have a very favorable environment to work in for the next several hours. Let's check meteorologist Laura Bannon with how we look in terms of our watches.
Dave, that's right. In this area with the red that's highlighted, we've got all these counties that is under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock. This stretches from Oklahoma, including Wichita, Ark City, Hutchinson, Emporia, all the way into southern Nebraska. Notice how it kind of hooks right back around just east of Hill City. Now, this is a tornado watch until 9 o'clock. Now, so far we know that the focus has been in the south central part of the state so far this afternoon. So those storms will continue to progress to the east and even spreading northward. So if you have not seen storms in your area just yet, you have to wait a couple more hours, and these storms will continue to pack a punch. So that means conditions will remain favorable for tornadoes, hence why we have the tornado watch that will remain in effect for central and eastern Kansas until 9 o'clock.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. You can track the radar right along with us. Just download the Storm Tracker 3 Everywhere app. You can zoom in to your street to see how close the storms are. That app is available free to download on Apple and Android devices.
We want to go now to Susan Ahrensman, who is the spokesperson for USD 259. They have held students in a safe place. They did not send them home.
Or put them on the buses either. Yep.
Right, but now they are beginning to do that. She joins us over the phone. Hello, Susan. Susan Ahrensman, are you there?
I think, well, we don't. We do know that, yeah, they held them obviously as a precaution as these storms were moving through the area. And from what I understand, we gave an update a short time ago that the buses were going to go on their normal routes, and they were just holding the kids, maybe their parents, just to make sure everything was okay. But now, once again, we were just reading something. If hail comes into the area, I guess the buses will take some extra precautions because of that. We were going to ask her about that. Is she there, guys, or should we move along and head out to team coverage? Okay. Well, we've been in contact with our crews out tracking these storms today. KSN's Avery Anderson is live tonight near the South Turnpike Exchange in Wichita.
Darren, that's correct. We've been here just south of Wichita for the past hour and a half. We actually had to make our way into the car because there has been 8 lightning strikes just in a matter of the last couple of minutes. I'm going to turn on the defroster here because it's definitely fogging up the windshield a little bit, but you can see our outside view right now. The hail is coming down. It's been a little sporadic over the last 30 minutes or so, but there's definitely been pellets. You can hear them hit the top of our car right now. The rainfall has picked up over a matter of the last 30 minutes or so. We are right in the middle of a cell that is making its way up north along the Kansas Turnpike from Wellington, Mulvane, making its way up to the city of Wichita. Like I mentioned earlier, we've seen about 8 lightning bolts in the matter of 2 or 3 minutes, and it's been accompanied by thunder. Just that heavy rainfall starting to, fall on the ground right now. We have seen quite a bit of motorists way down south. Our advice right them is if you know any family friends that are traveling south to Mulvane, to Wellington, along the Kansas Turnpike, there are some storm shelters that they can take cover in if the hail becomes to get very tense. Once again, more advice with this lightning, I would say stay because this storm is going to continue to make its way north up to Wichita. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, thank you very much, Avery Anderson, reporting live tonight. She was outside earlier this evening inside the car. To do that.
KSN Brittany Glass is also out in the field, and we want to check in with her. Brittany, tell us where you are and what's going on at your location.
Yeah, Darren, we are still in the same location here in Hayesville. Right now, we're near the intersection of Meridian and Grand Avenue, and the big story, if you can hear me, that is the hail. I'm going to pan off so you can see we are dealing with up to nickel-sized hail right now, and that's the big headliner. It's been pretty consistent the past 5 minutes or so, with moderate to heavy rainfall that's been consistent, really steady for the past half hour or so. We did have to go inside our vehicle because there you go, you just saw another lightning strike. Thunder, definitely the situation here in Hayesville has escalated. Another thunder there. Fewer drivers out on the roadways. We are seeing water out on the roadways. I wouldn't say approaching flooding, but the situation is, like I said, escalating to a degree. Up to, again, nickel-sized hail. It was consistent from pea to gravel size, but that has most definitely increased in size just the past couple of minutes or so. Once again, we hadn't seen much as far as wind was concerned. That is picking up just a little bit. It was very flat there for quite a while. But again, conditions here, primarily hail, as you can hear, has just been the big story here.
You know, Dave said that golf ball size hail is heading your guys' way, so you might want to move and get out of that storm if you can. Do that safely. Right now you saw nickel size hail.
Yeah.
Apparently golf ball size hail is coming to where she's at Grand and Meridian in Hayesville.
Well, of course, when the storm started, this was all about the time the kids should have been getting out of school, but instead the Wichita School District decided to keep them. We are now told that kids are being released to their parents or on the school buses. Right. Joining us over the phone to tell us more about that is Susan Ahrensman, the USD 259 spokesperson. Hello, Susan.
Good afternoon.
Tell us about your decision first to hold the kids inside and why now they're being released.
Well, right about dismissal time, there was some anticipated weather that looked very bad, and we did not want to have buses on the streets at that time. And so if parents were there and wanted to pick up their children, they were welcome to, but we were encouraging buses. We want buses to stay at the schools, and kids who walked home, we wanted to keep them there. And that was strictly a precaution. They weren't in the shelter or anything. They were just inside. And then we, as looking at the weather pattern as it continues to go for the next hour or so, we just made the decision to release that to allow kids to walk home, go home with their parents if parents would pick them up, or just for the buses to go. And if there is significant hail while the buses are on the road, they have a plan in place so that they can take appropriate action if need be. But we wanted to make sure that kids got home safely.
Yes, we are seeing hail in some parts of Wichita. So again, what should kids do if they walk home and they start to get hit by hail?
Well, hopefully that their walk isn't very long, or hopefully parents came to pick them up. But obviously the best thing to do is if they have a neighbor that they know or a place that they can go and gather shelter, but hopefully they can get home as quickly as possible.
Okay, Susan, thank you so much. Sounds like everything's okay. It's just bad timing, but at least the kids are getting home and they should be okay. Now, some of those schools that closed early today, but not Wichita Public Schools, all afternoon and evening activities, they were canceled though. Remember, USD 259 does have storm shelters for all the kiddos. For kids who are headed home on the buses, well, the drivers know to take students to the nearest school shelter. But for schools that got out at 4:10 this evening, the district decided to keep kids at school until just a few minutes ago at 5 o'clock. Of course, Susan told us that. Now the buses are running their normal routes to get the kids home, and that is part of their severe weather policy.
Well, you may have noticed a lot of planes flying out of McConnell this morning. It was a precaution because of the severe weather coming in. The Air Force Base sent 19 planes to safe haven bases at Fairchild and Grand Forks.
Actually, this is some video that was sent in to us from a viewer from earlier today near 21st and Mays from Tambor. Yeah, she was out driving around, and you probably heard it seemed a little chaotic in the car. Yeah, I got caught up in one of those hailstorms that came through earlier this afternoon. Nothing too serious, but it certainly was enough to rattle a few cages there, it seems like. And we've been getting lots of pictures, actually, into the KSN newsroom also.
Boy, look at that.
Yeah, Amber sent in this photo of the hail that fell near Clonmel. Hopefully I'm saying that right.
Clonmel, yeah.
All right, that is southwest of Wichita here in Sedgwick County. And Brad sent us the shot of hail from southwest Wichita. It looks like maybe ping pong ball sized hail there. Rose sent this picture of a downpour of rain and hail in far west Wichita near 135th and Central. And this is some of the hail that's fallen. Lindsay got this photo from 135th and Maple. And we've got one more, some hail that fell west of Caldwell. Yeah, about a quarter size right there.
All right, let's check back in with our weather team. Dave Freeman, what's the latest?
Stephanie and Darren, we're continuing to track these storms as they're coming back up into the Wichita metro area. You heard us advising Brittany a couple of minutes ago to move because we've gotten multiple reports of golf ball sized hail in the area of Hayesville out toward Clearwater from a thunderstorm that's on the south side of the metro, and sorry to tell you, looking like it wants to come right up into the city right now. You can see it's right now from the South Exchange out to K42 and 235 south. And this is the area where we've just gotten several reports of golf ball sized hail. This part of the thunderstorm is going to come right up into the city over the next couple of minutes. So if you're in that area of southwest Wichita and coming up into the center part of the city, this is headed right in your direction. 2 minutes to Oaklawn, 3 minutes to Keeler, to downtown Wichita, precisely the downtown, and 8 minutes. So as this comes up, again, increasing rain, very heavy rain with the usual localized flooding, and then watch out for quarter to perhaps golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds as this comes up into the metro. Now, the other thing that we're concerned about with this is what you see reflected here with our storm tracker radar putting up indications or warnings, flags of a potential for some dangerous twisting of the winds. We still are seeing indications of that in the Doppler part of our radar. Still a little bit of a heads up that something could develop there on the southern side of this storm. So this is from Hayesville just to the south across the Sumner County line, and there are a couple of places where that might be a little bit more of a concern. If I'm reading my signals correctly, it looks like meteorologist Laura Bannon has been watching that on the Doppler part of the radar. Laura, what are you seeing in that area?
You know, Dave, I was looking at that part where they have that indication of some twisting in the winds. Now, I've lined this up as to where that storm is actually at, and we just got a new fresh update as I came out here, but it did look like we do have some weak signals as far as a rotation that we have this particular storm. Now, as I have the lines drawn, it's going to be just west of Derby, but I'm not saying that this will, this will rather track to the north and east, and we are seeing some weak indication. I'm saying that we do have the indication that of us twisting in the winds rather, but we'll have to keep a very close eye on this storm.
I agree. I think that's in a position and in a look that I think we do want to pay attention to. Just for informational purposes, I'll go ahead and just draw a track from that area to the northeast just to give you an idea of who might be in the path of this area that we're concerned about. That's moving towards Sandburr Hill in 11 minutes, Oaklawn in 16 to Keeler in 17 minutes, Derby and up toward McConnell Air Force Base. So this is, again, there's nothing that's confirmed, nothing on the ground, just some warning signs. So if you're in that area, good idea to really be ready to move if circumstances would change very quickly. Hey, we're watching a couple of more storms that could be moving up into the metro area. We've got one that's approaching Caldwell, another one near Argonia, both of these moving to the northeast into western Sumner County. Boy, there's a good one downtown here. Then we've got the storms in the eastern part of Butler County. These are becoming very widespread. If you know somebody that's going up or down the turnpike, I think we need to really be watching on rain in that direction. This is now moving into the western part of Greenwood County, north of Marion and Chase counties, and we did in fact get a severe thunderstorm warning as I expected for Chase County, southwest of Cottonwood Falls. We've got an area here that still looks like it could produce some quarter-sized hail as well as some 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that's going to be going right for Matfield Green. Of course, the service area there on the turnpike, 6 minutes, Elmdale at 15 minutes, Rockland at 21 minutes. So if you're in that area, Chase County, including the Matfield Green area where the rest area is on the turnpike, that storm is coming your way with quarter-sized hail potential and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So that, I think, needs to be taken into account if you're in that area as well. Again, this line of storms from northern Oklahoma kind of right up on either side of the turnpike, showing no signs of letting up. We do continue to watch for some showers increasing in southwest Kansas. So far, no indication of any rough weather there, but we are keeping an eye on it. So, Darren, Stephanie, we'll continue to keep you updated, and if we see anything that merits, we'll be right back to you right away.
All right. Thanks, Dave. A lot of areas to keep our eyes on.
Absolutely. Well, we do have crews out north of Wichita tonight. Emily Younger is live in Park City covering the situation there for us. Emily?
Well, Steph, Darren, as far as the weather here in Park City, we're kind of getting a mixed bag. It's been relatively slow. You know, we've had a few sprinkles here and there, but just in the last few minutes, the wind has really picked up. You can see those trees are starting to sway back and forth, and we're getting a little bit more rain here, a steady rain. Now, and we've been here at this local grocery store for the last 30, 45 minutes, and wow, it is still busy. People are coming in and out. People have been combing the aisles, getting their last-minute items here at the Leakers family store. Officials say they've been busy all day. They say not even the rain or potential for severe storms has kept shoppers away. So what happens if a major storm were to break out here? Our store managers say they have a plan in place. Now, if they have enough warning, they will close the store. If it comes too fast, they put their customer safety first.
They get caught in the store, we'll take them back to the meat cooler, which is a inside room inside the store, which is probably the most safest place to be if a tornado would hit here.
Now, store managers say that freezer can fit up to about 50 people. Obviously, they hope that the storms don't get that rough, but if they do, they are ready. Now, for now, live in Park City, Emily Younger, KSN News.
All right. Thank you, Emily. Well, as we mentioned earlier, you may have noticed a lot of planes flying out of the Air Force Base this morning. It was a precaution because of the severe weather coming in. McConnell sent 19 planes to what are called safe haven bases at Fairchild and Grand Forks. Now, one local church contacted KSN to let people know it's open as a tornado shelter if needed. Temple Baptist Church is at 1826 West Maple Street. That's in West Wichita near Friends University. Officials with the church say they are open to the public anytime severe weather hits. And remember, fire stations are not FEMA shelters. Fire crews will be at the stations in case there is severe weather, but you will need to find a place that is safer and more secure. And right now, let's check back in with Brittany Glass. The last time we talked with her, the hail was coming down pretty heavy. Brittany, what's happening now?
Well, Stephanie, Darren, we are traveling east on Grand Avenue away from Hayesville toward the Wichita area, and no hail in sight. No rain at the moment, just some brief sprinkles really that you can see from the windshield. Now, the headline, though, this hit has to be the clouds. Definitely some just strange looking low clouds right now. We haven't spotted any rotation for ourselves, of course. But overall, again, the situation much different than what we were dealing with earlier in Hayesville with all of that hail, up to nickel-sized, some golf ball-sized hail there. No hail in sight, like I said. No consistent rainfall in this area. Like I said, we are traveling on Grand Avenue east toward the area of Derby and the Wichita area, of course, and not much to mention. It's definitely a calmer situation here than when we talked before in Hayesville.
Okay, stay safe out there on the roads. Thank you, Brittany. Well, Avery Anderson has been covering the storm south of Wichita on the turnpike all afternoon long. She's live again with an update for us there. Avery.
Darren, we are still in the car because the storm is accompanied by lightning and thunder right now. You can actually hear the thunder shaking this car. But what I want you guys to pay attention to is that cell that is just south of us. It's the one that Dave was just talking about. There is a little bit starting to tail off and just break away from the other clouds right there that people in the Mulvane, Derby area really need to be aware of and stay tuned. There's actually another one just to the west of it. You can actually starting to see tail off as well. So just two, I wouldn't call it funnels by any means yet, but there's just a little bit starting to taper off, and it looks like it's forming its own tail at this point. Once again, just an update, there is plenty of rain falling right now. It is accompanied by some hail, about pea size to up to penny size. So if you are along the turnpike making your way south to Derby, Mulvane, Hayesville, Wellington, just keep an eye out and take precaution. If this severe weather gets too intense, there are storm shelters just outside of the toll plazas that you can take cover on. But we'll definitely keep you guys updated as we see more. We're going to send it back to Darren and Stephanie in the studio.
Okay, thank you very much, Avery, for the update.
We do have some video into the newsroom that gives you a good idea of what it's like to go through some of this hail. This was actually sent in by my friend and hairstylist, Tambra Heiser. She was at 21st and Mays when it hit. Let's listen in.
Totally tripping. The car is getting pounded by hail.
I don't think the hail is that big at
Fortunately,
this point.
they probably were maybe, you know, dime size.
Yeah,
maybe,
so you can
but it was enough to
imagine when
kinda
it
get
gets
her
up to the
upset.
quarter size that Brittany had just a little while ago, and it could get even larger. So we're really watching these storms for that as well.
We're also getting a good look at some of the photos that have been sent in to us by KSN viewers.
Amber sent in this photo of the hail that fell near Clonmel, that's southwest of Wichita in Sedgwick County. Brad sent us this shot of hail right in the palm of his hand. It looks about ping pong ball size, I'm going to guess. Take a look at this one. Rose sent, there we go, Rose sent a picture of a downpour of hail near 135th and Maple, that's in West Wichita. Some more hail that's fallen. Can we show that picture? Lindsay sent us a picture.
Okay.
Again, there we go.
There it is right there. You can see
Near
it's about,
Caldwell,
the size of a quarter.
It, of course, was 25 years ago today. A lot of people lost their lives in the Andover tornado. The town was going to hold a ceremony tonight to remember the victims and pay tribute to that town's recovery. But, of course, because of the severe weather, it has been canceled. We don't know yet when it's going to be rescheduled. You can hear the hail falling on our building right now. There are a lot of closings, including Wichita State, Friends University, and the Wichita Area Technical College. Plus, a lot of school districts have canceled their evening events. The complete list is on KSN.com. One event still going on tonight is the Blue Man Group performance at Century 2. So if you have tickets, that is still going on. Century 2 does have a basement. They tell us they are prepared to give the audience shelter if needed. They can hold several hundred people. So I guess it's up to you if you want to chance that.
And before we get back to Dave, we want to show you a live picture outside of the KSN studios tonight. We can hear a lot of hail that is falling actually up above us here in the studio. And yeah, it's kind of mixing there with some rain right now, but a couple of minutes ago, boy, it was really coming down. It was echoing around here in the studio. But you can see definitely now we're dealing with a heavy downpour. And out there on the streets, yep, to be some flooding this evening, I think it looks like. Some of that, ponding and a little bit of urban flooding.
Right.
And Dave is standing by, tracking the latest conditions for us right now. So let's send it back over to him.
Well, it's funny, great minds think alike. While our producer was getting that live shot, I had just asked Laura Bannon to run outside and double check the size of the hail, and she also reports nickel-sized hail falling at our studios. However, we have golf ball-sized hail reported and looking like it is coming right toward the downtown. So let's take a look at it. The heaviest of the indication on the radar is just now crossing Kellogg, right about the canal route or just a little bit further to the west. So there's an updated view showing it's up to about Kellogg Kellogg, or I should say the Canal Route and 13th now, and it looks like it might have just grazed our location in the downtown. But those of you who are in the northeast and central parts of Wichita, I think you're in for a bit of a problem here over the next couple of minutes, because we've got this area heading right into the northeast part of Wichita. It's going to be arriving in Eastboro in the next couple of minutes, Bonnie Bray in 3 minutes, Forest Hills in 6 minutes, Minnehaha in 9 minutes. So basically, Wichita State University, all the way over the K96 corridor to the East Exchange, could be getting this larger hail coming right up into the central part of the city here in the next couple of minutes. And again, we have had several reports of golf ball sized hail on the southwest side of the city with this moving to the northeast. So those of you in that area of Wichita, batten down the hatches. Here comes a round of large hail. Now, the other thing we have been watching is the bottom end of this area. You heard Avery talking about it a couple of minutes ago. Brittany was almost caught in this, and we got her on the way to a better location. We are still seeing some indications of a possible dangerous twisting of the wind right there from Hayesville to Derby and up to McConnell Air Force Base. Now, I emphasize there's no indication of a tornado or anything like that, but the National Weather Service has left that door open in our severe thunderstorm warning precisely because of this part of the storm. We absolutely agree with keeping a little extra added impression on this warning to alert people in that part of the storm that things could change rapidly. So if you are in this part of the storm on the southeast side of that storm, that'll be coming up toward Andover in the next couple of minutes, but also reaching Bonnie Bray in 12 minutes, Greenwich Heights in 14 minutes, Forest Hills 14 minutes down to Springdale in 22 minutes. This would be that part of the storm that we're just a little bit nervous about in terms of the potential to see a fast spin up. So if you're in that area, southeast Wichita, McConnell Air Force Base, kind of up the Turnpike corridor to Andover, and how spooky is that to be saying that name on this night? Just a good idea to be ready in case things would change rapidly in that area. A couple of other storms that we're watching, and this one in particular has me a little concerned. This one is right on the Kansas-Oklahoma line, right near Caldwell, and there's a real nice appendage on the bottom of that storm, and it's not in a good position. So this makes me think that those of you in Caldwell want to have a real good heads up here and be ready to move to shelter if things change for you. Also, this storm has with it a significant hail threat, so if we track that, that's going to be moving to the northeast at about 25 miles an hour. That'll be coming up into Milan in 12 minutes, in Corbin in 13 minutes, Perth in 22 minutes, and this may eventually make its way back up to Wellington. And I think quarter to perhaps half-dollar sized hail entirely possible. And again, I think we need to keep an eye on that for the potential for a little bit of rotation with that one. Also notice that on the northern end of this, we've had another storm that's continued to develop and is actually setting its sights on Sedgwick County. This one will be coming up north of Argonia and headed right back up into Sedgwick County, and it may impact the city of Wichita before it's all said and done. 17-minute arrival time in Clearwater, in Clonmel, 17 minutes all the way down to Murray Gill in 37 minutes. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds possible from that storm, as it also seems to have set its sights on the Wichita metro area. In Butler County, you can see along and to the left, or the north of the Kansas Turnpike, we have very, very heavy rain and still some indications of hail. We also see that stretches all the way up toward Cottonwood Falls. So this means that there will be a lot of very heavy rain along the turnpike. Watch for high water there, especially with that construction going on because of high water there in Chase County. That's something that has us concerned. So again, we continue to keep a close eye on things with that line of storms. And right now, the hail is in the downtown. So batten down the hatches and keep a close eye on things on the southeast side of town.
Some excellent advice. Thank you, Dave. We will check back in with you in just a bit, but we have been in contact with our crews who are out tracking those storms tonight. KSN's Avery Anderson is live tonight near the South Wichita Turnpike Exchange. Avery? She lost. I think we might have lost. Looks like her shot had been frozen there.
Looks like it stopped.
All right, go for it.
I thought I heard her. Avery, are you there?
Can you guys hear me right now? Okay, so we had to move it inside because there's been a significant amount of lightning and thunder and hail. But if you can see outside of my windshield right now, there is quite a few of clouds that have started to form a little bit of a tail. We haven't seen any rotation at this point. The storm cell that has made its way, that has been in the south, around Wellington, Mulvane, the one that Dave and Laura have really been talking about, it's moving its way northeast towards Derby and Andover. I know there's a lot of rain falling on the windshield right now, so I'm just going to tell you what I see. There's probably been about 5 or 6 clouds that have started to lower down just a little bit. Like I said, it is not accompanied by rotation at this point. It has not touched down by any means, but there are a little bit starting to form a tail. So just if you're in those areas, just be on the lookout. Keep an eye out for this and just continue to follow Dave and Laura with our weather just to get more updates. But as of right now, there's been about quarter-size hail that keeps falling on the car, accompanied by lots of rainfall and quite a bit of lightning and thunder.
All right, thank you, Avery. We also have Brittany Glass out tracking the storm. We sent her headed west. She is south of Wichita right now. Brittany, tell us what you're seeing there.
Yeah, Stephanie, we are headed west on 87th Street here, and right now we're just moving along. No rain in sight, but it definitely has impacted the roadways. A lot of mud to be dealing with on this street in particular here on 87th. No rain, no hail, pretty calm. As you can see from the view, again, not many cars out. We are approaching the intersection of Broadway and 87th now, and as you can see, the road is closed here to through traffic. But again, not much to report, no rain to report. People are just taking it slow right now, and obviously the rain did leave a bit of a mess as far as mud routes are concerned, but right now no rain to report here at Broadway and 87th.
All right. Thank you, Brittany Glass. Here now is a live look in northwest Wichita. Yeah. Our photojournalist, Chief Photog Scott Dietz, is at K96 and West Street. You can see there is quite a downpour. You'll also notice the road is not very busy. It looks like people are heeding the warning to stay where it is safe. And again, we are keeping an eye on several parts of the city. Some troublesome twisting of the wind in the south part of Wichita, Hayesville to Derby up to McConnell. But here at K96 and West Street, it appears just heavy rain.
All right, well, because of the huge severe weather threat all across Kansas, Westar says they have been told that their crews need to be on standby just in case, of course, if the power does go out tonight. Westar wants to remind customers, though, that if you have an outage, report it online. While you're online, you can sign up to get text updates about those outages. Another way to report an outage is to download the My Westar mobile app. And remember, always stay away from downed power lines. Don't walk under or, of course, step over them. Well, the American Red Cross says they are ready to help victims of tonight's from those storms possibly this evening, depending how bad they get. Volunteers and employees have been placed on high alert, and resources such as feeding trucks are on standby and shelter agreements are in place. After the storm, the Red Cross can help people let their loved ones know that they are safe by going to a link. It's at KSN.com, or you can also call on the phone. It's 1-800-RED-CROSS, and a Red Cross operator can help them register.
Take a look. This is a photo now of hail taken by Tammy Dollar in West Wichita. Boy, that's pretty good size. It's about the size of a breath mint, we're told. This is a photo of a golf ball size hailstone taken by Alex Lamkin in southwest Wichita. That's pretty good size. That'd do some damage to a windshield.
Good, boy.
This is a photo of several hailstones taken by Clara Moon. It's a good shot of some hail that we're guessing maybe quarter to golf ball size. What do you think? That one looked pretty big.
Boy, look at the weird cloud formation right there. This is a photo of storm clouds by Geet Curtis. They were taken right before the rain started to fall in El Dorado. This is a photo of hailstones collected by a 4-year-old and taken by his mother. Very cute. Kelly O'Keefe noticed the helmet. She says safety first. Absolutely. She took this shot at 119th and Pawnee around 4:15 this afternoon.
His eyes look pretty wide, don't they?
I think so. Got his attention. And this is a photo of some hailstones collecting on the ground in Hayesville. Sinjin Andrews took this great shot.
Take a look at this photo of hailstones. They are in Peck. Sandra J. included a ruler in her shot, so we know this hail is about 1 inch to 1.5 inches wide. Again, if you're outside, that hits you, that's going to hurt. It's going to cause some damage. This is a photo of hailstones from Sherry Woods. We know this hail is a little smaller than a golf ball, actually quite a bit smaller, but thanks for throwing in the visuals for us there, Sherry.
And real quick before we get back to Dave, here's a live look outside the KSN studios tonight where, yes, it looks like Main Street is kind of starting to flood. I'd say that's got to be at least a couple of inches of water that's up to the curb right there. I was waiting to see if maybe we see a car go by there real quick, but this area is kind of notorious for flooding when we have rains like this, and it looks like tonight is another fine example of what we should expect throughout the evening hours, Dave, and this is really just the beginning, isn't it?
I think we have quite a ways to go before we're entirely out of the woods on this. We're still tracking storms that are forming in Oklahoma and coming up into our area. And that one that's going across Wichita, numerous reports of golf ball sized hail and even one or two reports of something a little bit larger than that right in the city. So this is really going to have a significant impact. So let's take a look at what we've got here as we look at the line of storms from north central Oklahoma right up to Wichita and then right up the turnpike. And again, those that are going across Wichita right now, it's no picnic. These are strong storms that are producing, as I said, a number of golf ball sized hail reports. Based on what we're seeing in terms of the reports coming in, I would say that it kind of looks like this. That's the area where we've seen so far the reports of the larger hail going by just south and east of our location at Murdoch and in Maine, and then going right on up into the northeast part of Wichita. College Hill and northeast Wichita are going to bear the brunt of the larger hail, I think, falling in the city. Now, on the left-hand side of this, I think we're probably still going to see some hail, probably more in the nickel to quarter size range on the left-hand side of that storm. But those of you in the path of that, you want to keep away from the windows over the next couple of minutes. Now, we also continue with this dangerous twisting of the wind indicator on our storm track radar, and this is something that has us a little bit concerned. I think we could see some gusty straight line winds of 60 miles an hour over here, but we are still keeping a close eye on that for any potential signs of rotation. It does look like at this point it's going to stay well behaved, but when this severe thunderstorm warning was issued, our friends and colleagues at the National Weather Service said, hey, just remember a tornado could spin up on short notice, and we agree with that assessment, and I do encourage everybody on that side of the storm, and that does include Andover, to be ready in case conditions should change quickly. Now, as we go a little bit further, friends, here comes the next one. Wichita is not done yet. There's another couple of stronger storms from Clearwater out into the southwest part of Sedgwick County, and this one in particular is a fairly good-sized storm. If we put that on the track of 25 miles an hour to the northeast, and over the next couple of minutes, that's going to be moving into Clearwater or into Millerton in 2 minutes, Clearwater in 10 minutes, all the way down to Prospect in 17 minutes. So that does have every possibility of coming back up into the southern part of Wichita at least as we go through the next 30 to 40 minutes. So we're not done. Now, down in this a little bit further south, here's probably the storm that we're most concerned with in terms of potential for rotation. This is a storm that is in the southern part of Sumner County, and by the way, we just had a hen egg or 2-inch, bigger than a golf ball, report of hail at Douglas and Hillside, right in the heart of the city. That's going to hurt. That again is in the heart of Wichita. So now in the southern part of Sumner County, just west of Caldwell, a suspicious looking storm in terms of its structure. Let's check with meteorologist Laura Bannon on the Doppler or wind part of the radar.
Dave, in that area, we do have some indication that we may have some type of rotation. Now, from the last update that I drew these arrows, it has moved a bit, but it is just north and west of Caldwell where we have this red indication that would be the outbound from the radar and the inbound from the green. So this is some indication that we potentially do have some rotation with this particular storm. Now, no warning has been issued with this, but looking at all the ingredients that we have when we look at the Doppler part of the radar, and then the radar part also, these are ingredients that are all lining up together. So this is something we'll definitely need to keep a very close eye on over the next couple of hours or so.
Thanks very much, Laura. So if there is something going on there, as Laura just analyzed, and we put a track on that, that part of the storm would be arriving in Corbin in 19 minutes. In 28 minutes, it would be getting into Perth. So again, Nothing going on in terms of a tornado, but we're just observing that there's some things there that make us a little bit nervous, so we just offer that as a little bit of an extra heads up for those of you who are there. Now, on the front side of that storm, here's where we're going to see yet another round of heavy rain and potential hail coming up into Corbin in 3 minutes, in Mayfield in 10 minutes, Perth in 11 minutes. Again, that's where we could see the hail, quarter-sized to perhaps half-dollar-sized hail coming up, and eventually that could impact the Wellington area as well. So not done at all, because all those storms are still upstream of us and coming downstream. So here we are in Butler County. The storms that were earlier south and east of the Turnpike have dissipated, but notice that from El Dorado up through Chase County, we still have very, very heavy rainfall. Of course, this is an area along the Turnpike where we have a history of high water concerns, and there's construction going on there right there. So if you know somebody that's traveling that, please tell them to drive very, very carefully, very slowly, watch for ponding or high water. Cottonwood Falls all the way up to Council Grove, less structure, less well organized in terms of the storms that could support large hail, but still a lot of heavy, heavy rain still coming down in that area. And as we've told you a couple of minutes ago, all of this area in red, which includes Wichita, still under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock. So we have several more hours that could remain favorable for the formation of severe weather. We'll continue to keep you updated as needed.
All right, it could be a busy night and a bumpy one.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's go back out live to Brittany Glass, who is traveling on the west side tonight. Brittany, what are you seeing for us right now?
Stephanie, Darren, we are driving north on Seneca, and right now no rain in sight, but on our way here we did spot a lot of localized flooding, draining pretty well, but the gutters were most definitely full. You can't see that from the picture we're at right now, but localized flooding was definitely an issue, most definitely from Hayesville. We, of course, are traveling north now on Seneca. No rain to report here. A lot of hail remains as far as on the side of the road. Definitely this area was hit by hail. Looks as though they were P to nickel-sized hail in some spots. But again, localized flooding is the main headline here. No rain to report right now. Not much going on. Cars still taking it easy out here on the roadways. But as far as the weather, we did just see some lightning far off in the distance north here. But other than that, not much to report. Like I said, the localized flooding that we did spot over in Hayesville, it appeared as though things were draining appropriately. But once again, that might be an issue that drivers might want to consider if they are driving in that direction.
Okay, thank you very much for the thank you for that update, Brittany. Stay safe on the road there.
There you go. You may have noticed a lot of planes flying out of McConnell this morning. Just like we all took precautions, so too did the Air Force Base with the severe weather coming in. McConnell sent 19 planes to what are called safe haven bases at Fairchild and Grand Forks. Now, a local church contacted KSN to let us and everyone know that it is open as a tornado shelter for the public. Temple Baptist Church is at 1826 West Maple Street. That's in West Wichita near Friends University. Officials with the church say they are open to the public anytime severe weather hits. So as the storm progresses, if you need to seek shelter, remember that church. Also remember, fire stations are not FEMA shelters. Fire crews will be at the stations in case there's severe weather, but you will need to find a place that's safer and more secure.
All right. Well, Avery Anderson has been tracking the storms for us this evening. She is south of Wichita on the Turnpike. Let's check back in with her to get an update on the situation. I see you're outside the car now.
Darren, I'm still at the location just south of Wichita off the Kansas Turnpike. Now, just a few minutes ago when I spoke to you guys, it was hailing. There was steady rain, but as you can see right now, it's starting to pass and head towards the northeast. You can see there is quite a storm heading north towards Andover, East Wichita, that area. It's a lot darker over here where I'm standing. As you can see, there's no more hail falling. There's no more rain at this time. It's cleared up quite a bit. You can even see just due north of me that you can see a little bit of sunlight over there, and the clouds are starting to separate. However, there is a little bit of lightning I see in the very, very north of me. Can barely see it, just a little bit of the glow. Haven't heard thunder in the last 10 minutes or so, so you can definitely tell that this storm cell is moving northeast. So we're clear right here just south of Wichita, just north of Hayesville for right now. Send it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the update, Avery.
A lot of this weather is moving east, so one of our crews also heading east. Let's check in now with Sharday Gray. She's heading east on Kellogg. It looks a little dark there,
hey
Sharday.
Guys, Stephanie and Darren, we're east on Kellogg. We're just coming up to Webb and Kellogg, but let me tell you what I've noticed so far. Just in the downtown area of Wichita, we noticed a lot of people stopped at gas stations. Like they were just trying to protect themselves. There was a lot of hail coming down, pea-sized hail, and just near Kellogg and Washington, we noticed people stopped under the viaduct. As you can see right now, the rain has pretty much slowed down, but just at that time, it seemed like people were trying to protect themselves, and we're headed, like I mentioned before, we're headed off to Andover. We've noticed a lot of people taking their time. Some people are a little bit in a rush, as we can understand that they're probably trying to get home, but we just want to reiterate to other people just to take your time if you are out on the road, just to be prepared to take your time and just be cautious of other drivers. But we'll give you more updates as we can. For now, we're live on the east side of Wichita. Sharday Gray, KSN News.
The one thing I noticed, it is rush hour 5:46,
yes,
right there, one of the busiest
traffic.
intersections in the city, and nobody's out there.
That's good, though. People have heeded the warnings. They're
That's
staying
right.
home or at work where they need to be until this passes.
Absolutely, I agree. All right, this is a live picture from outside the KSN studios tonight, where apparently we have a river going downstream, heading towards downtown Wichita. Yeah, we're at 8th and Main right here, and that's got to be a good several inches of water that is kind of made its way. Well, there you go. That's not too bad, I guess. From our angle, though, it looks like it's going to start to come over the curb right there. But I know, Steph, you've worked here a lot longer than I have, but this is kind of a tradition here that when we get storms like this, we always get flooding and some ponding right out in front of our studios.
We have learned our lessons. We all moved our cars before this started.
Right.
We know that it always turns into a moat, and you're going to be wading out to your car, or worse, it can get into your car. So yeah, 8th and Main, one of those trouble spots that always seems to flood when we get any heavy rain quickly like that.
I guess the one positive is I don't see any raindrops. Looks like the rain, at least for now, is tapered off a little bit, so hopefully the water will start to recede a little bit. But let's go back out live to Brittany Glass, who is out west and outside of the car now with an update for us. Brittany.
Stephanie, Darren, last time we spoke, I told you that this area was dealing with some localized flooding, but that the headline was some of the hail that was seen on the side of the road. This hail right here, that's a quarter. 2 hailstones right here, right next to that, so you can get a closer look, a nice comparison for you, and it's already melting in my hand there. But this is all along the roadways. Right now, we pulled over at 55th South and Seneca, where hailstones just like these, some smaller, some larger, just litter the roadways, the side of the road here, and you can spot just from a distance some of the localized flooding, but this area hasn't seen much of that in particular. But like I said, we wanted to stop and show you some of the hail that's still sticking around here in the area. Pretty remarkable stuff right there. Comparison right next to a quarter at 55th and Seneca, and this is all along the roadways. We've been traveling north on Seneca. We just spotted some lightning here right now, but no rain to report, but definitely a nice little comparison for you.
She saw lightning, so get back inside right now. So,
That's right. Boy, when something that size hits the roof of your car, it sounds like war.
And maybe can do some damage, just it really depends.
Oh, I would guess so. Let's check in now with our weather team. Dave Freeman is tracking the very latest on the storm. What's going on, Dave?
We are still getting large hail reports from in the metro area. Just within the last 10 minutes, ping pong ball sized hail reported at Friends University in the area just west of downtown. So we are not done by any means. Let's take a closer look. We have storms and severe thunderstorm warnings still running from north central Kansas or north central Oklahoma right up through Wichita and on up the turnpike in the downtown and the Wichita area. You can see we've got a couple of areas that we're tracking. The first one that has produced some 2-inch hail reports is now on the northeast side, but another one is coming. So let's take a look at the first one, which is now on the northeast side of Wichita, the largest hail threat now northeast of Wichita, moving on in that direction. So let me just go ahead and get on the front end of that for those families that are out ahead of this particular one. Let's go ahead and give you a track on this area. Moving to the northeast about 25 miles an hour. That's going to be moving into Whitewater in about 7 minutes. Potwin in 18 minutes. Elbing in 19 minutes. This has a history of falling, or of 2-inch hail falling out of it. So 2 inches, larger than a golf ball, reported in Wichita from this. And that's just now exiting that northeast side of Wichita. So I imagine we're going to be hearing a lot about Wichita State University and other areas in the northeast part of the city taking a hit from some of that hail that's just departing. But again, that's just the first one. We actually have another one that's coming on the southwest side. You can see it. It's just west of I-235. Pretty intense core on this one as well. So here we go again. Another one coming in from the west side, moving along the same track to the northeast. So this one's going to be getting into Cowtown in 3 minutes, into Riverview in 11 minutes, Wichita Heights 13 minutes, Valley Center 14 minutes. Again, ping pong ball-sized hail just reported from that thunderstorm. So it looks like yet another one is coming in from the west side and coming up into the downtown and the north side of Wichita. So be ready for that. We continue to watch on the bottom end of that, by the way. That goes all the way down into Sumner County, and then we go all the way down to a storm that's just west of Wellington that looks very impressive, still has the potential to produce some quarter to perhaps golf ball sized hail. We've also been watching the bottom end of this thunderstorm down here to see whether there was any potential for rotation. That shape is certainly suspicious. Let me check with meteorologist Laura Bannon on what she's seeing on the Doppler part of the radar right there.
Oh, Dave, I still have the hail part that's still pulled up, but that's okay. We can talk about that. We've had 2 rounds of storms that, or rather another round of storms that will enter the metro. So this first round that moved through, we're seeing anywhere from hail report from 1 to 2 inches. 2 inches, that's hen-sized hail, continuing to push to the north and east. Now, this is just Doppler indicated. It's not ground truth, but we certainly had a lot of reports as this first round of storms pushed through the metro. And so we've had reports again of up to 2 inches of hail. Now we can see that this number has actually dropped, but 1.5 inches, that would be ping pong sized ball hail that's just east of Park City. Now look what's headed our way. As Dave mentioned before, we have another round of storms that will push through the metro, pushing to the north and east. Now it's not as large as far as the hail that we have just to the south and west, but still half-inch hail will be possible. And here's that hail core pushing to the north and east. So I will run back. We'll get an update on the Doppler part, and I'll bring you an update as far as that goes, Dave.
Thanks. Sorry, Laura, I forgot you had that. Let me go back and orient what you just showed with the radar. Here you see that one storm with still a pretty good hail core north and east of Wichita that Laura just showed you. Here's the other ones that are coming in. There's this one that stretches from West Wichita all the way down to near Clearwater, moving again right up into the city over the next couple of minutes. So we need to be aware of both of those. So let's go ahead and go back down into the Sumner County area. Here's that storm that we mentioned with that suspicious area there. It also has the potential to produce quarter to perhaps $50 or ping pong ball sized hail just to the west of Wellington. So let me tackle that part first. Put a track on the leading edge of this. For those of you that are north of Wellington, this could be affecting Conway Springs very rapidly in 1 minute, Roland in 8 minutes, Millerton 15, Cicero in 29 minutes. I think here, if you're in the path of this storm, we've got a pretty good chance still to get quarter to perhaps $50 or even ping pong ball sized hail coming up there just west of Wellington. And it will be a close call for Wellington yet again, the latest in a series of kind of close calls for Wellington through the afternoon. On the bottom end of this is the area that is a little bit suspicious. If there would be anything going here, it would be moving to the northeast and toward Mayfield, but an arrival time down the road a bit at 25 minutes. Again, nothing confirmed here. It's just the structure of that storm definitely caught my eye, and it just wanted to, I think, a little further investigation. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that over the next couple of minutes. I think I see Laura Bannon saying that she has analyzed that with the Doppler part of the radar. Laura, what did you find there?
Dave, I'm not too excited about this as far as the rotation, but it does look like we do have some weak indication that there is some type of twisting in the winds, but it's not as evident than I was expecting, and from especially after the information that you're looking at. But we did line this up. I've got the inbound and the outbound. It's not as strong than maybe what we'd be looking for, but there's some type of rotation happening that we definitely need to keep a very close eye on with this particular storm.
Thank you very much, Laura. And now let's turn our attention to just north of El Dorado along the turnpike. No severe thunderstorm warnings are associated with these storms. The reason I'm showing them to you is that we've already had a lot of heavy rain along the turnpike, and this is going to be contributing another round from Butler up into Chase County. We all remember the history of the turnpike in Chase County. There's construction for that very reason, flooding along the turnpike right now. So if you know somebody that's driving that, you might want to just give them a quick call and say, hey, another round of very heavy rain is coming into that area, and you need to behave accordingly as you are driving the turnpike. North of there, again, not any kind of severe thunderstorm warnings going on, but from Council Grove over to Emporia, Cottonwood Falls, pockets of very heavy rain all along the turnpike, even from Emporia on to the north and on 435 going further to the east. So it really is something that folks are going to need to take care of if you're going to be traveling the turnpike here yet this evening. We have a couple of showers in northwest Kansas. We've also been keeping half an eye on a couple of showers in far southwest Kansas. No indication of any rough weather on those. The main threat for the rough weather continues to be this line of storms that's coming right through the Wichita metro area. Let's take one more look at the city. On the northeast side, storm that produced a golf ball to 2-inch hail in the city of Wichita, now moving to the northeast. That's going up into northwestern Butler County. But then as we follow this down into the city, we've got another round coming into West Wichita right now. That's going to be moving into Park City, into West Wichita, and that stretches all the way down past the airport. In fact, some of the most intense returns we're seeing on the radar are actually southwest of the airport, so we could be seeing another round of quarter to perhaps larger hail coming up into the city over the next couple of minutes. So I think certainly $quarter to $half sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds are still in the picture for the Wichita metro area for the next little while. We'll continue to keep an eye on things. If anything changes, of course, we'll be right back to you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Dave. We've been talking about hail quite a lot today and into the evening now. And right outside the KSN studios, we did get a pretty good shot of hail earlier tonight. Let's show you some video of that.
Yeah, you can hear it coming down, and you can see more so even the rain accumulating, and it's starting to flood that area. Yeah, you can tell by the splash it's making. Those are good-sized hailstones. We luckily moved our cars away from the station under a covered garage before the storm hit, because we had a feeling that this was coming. So yeah, no damage, but of course you don't want to head out. You can see no one's out on the streets for good reason. It could really hurt someone.
We've been getting lots of photos from KSN viewers today, so let's show some more to you. This is a photo from Angie D. She didn't tell us where she was located, but the quarter is a good way to judge, the size of that hail right there. Miranda Hashberger sent us this picture of some hail. Now, we're not sure exactly where she took the picture, but thank goodness the hail, it's not too big, probably what, pea-size, something like that maybe.
Snow.
Yeah. Maddie Kennedy sent us this picture of some hail near Lincoln and Hillside, and quite a bit apparently had fallen in that area too.
All right, let's take a look at this photo from Ken Crockett. He took this picture near Harry and Hillside. Looks like hail, but again, nothing too big. It's just kind of covering the grass because he got so much of it. It kind of looks like snow, like you said. Okay, here's a live picture outside. We showed you the hail from earlier today. Well, right now, the rain has stopped, but there certainly is still a lot of water out there on Main Street right now here at 8th and Main outside the KSN studios. You almost expect someone to go
I want to see somebody in a canoe, exactly, that's kind of going down. But I guess the positive thing is at least the rain is kind of stopped. We're not seeing any lightning right now, and hopefully this break that we're getting right now will give that water some place to go, right? As fast as it accumulates, it does tend to recede quickly, so hopefully that'll be the case. Let's check in again with Dave for the latest.
No change. We're still tracking some really strong storms across the central and eastern parts of Kansas and the KSN viewing area, lined up from north central Oklahoma right up along the turnpike. Some of the strongest are still right around the Wichita metro area and just southwest of the Wichita metro. First of all, just to the north and east of the city, from Park City up toward Whitewater and then on into the northwest part of Butler County, we still have some strong storms with the potential for quarter to perhaps up to golf ball sized hail. This storm did produce 2-inch hail across the city in the last couple of minutes. Then as we go a little bit further south and west, you notice that we've still got strong returns on the radar coming into the west side. Here we go again. Another round of storms is coming. We are not over yet, and we will continue our coverage as KSN News continues.
KSN News at 6 begins now.
Severe weather tonight impacting hundreds of thousands of Kansans. We are tracking the storms tonight to help keep your family safe. Good evening, everyone. I'm Darren Dito.
And I'm Stephanie Bergman. Thanks for joining us tonight. We are tracking some dangerous storms, bringing with it strong winds, heavy rain, and hail. So let's start off by getting the first forecast from KSN's Dave Freeman.
We continue to track these powerful thunderstorms with the threat of high winds and large hail across south central Kansas. I can say that in the last, say, 45 minutes, we have seen a less of a tornado threat and a greater emphasis on the hail. I don't think we're completely out of the woods on that score, but at least that's the trend in the last little while. Right now, we're concentrating on storms that extend from north central Oklahoma right through the Wichita Metro and on up the Turnpike. In the Wichita Metro, we see some of the strongest storms that we're tracking at this time. One has left the city after dropping 2-inch hail right in central Wichita, Douglas and Hillside. But here comes another one that's coming in to the south and west side. So we'll say goodbye to that one, and we'll introduce our next player coming up from Park City and Valley Center back down to the airport and southwest Wichita. This has still got the potential to produce some large hail as it comes across the city, moving to the northeast at about 25 miles an hour. So this is going to hit the downtown Wichita in 7 minutes, Arthur Heights in 9 minutes, Bel Air in 11 minutes, Greenwich in 27 minutes. I still think we're looking at some large hail, but let's check with meteorologist Laura Bannon as she analyzes with our threat tracker.
Dave, I went ahead and I put an indication as far as radar and what it's picking up as far as the hail part goes. Now, that first round of storms that moved through, we received several reports of 1 to 2 inches of hail, or as far as the size of the hail that passed through and through Wichita. Now, as we keep mentioning that we do have another round of storms that will roll straight through the metro. Now, as far as what we're indicating as far as Doppler radar, the hail threat, maybe it's not as great, but it's still present. Now, this isn't the ground truth by any means, but 0.8 inches would be nickel-sized hail tracking to the north and east. But we still have that severe thunderstorm warning that's still in effect. So we think that anywhere that maybe you could see some quarter to even golf ball-sized hail with this next round of storms that pass through the downtown area. Dave, I'm going to continue to send it back to you.
Thanks. We'll continue now our tour of the storms that are going on. Wichita, again, still with the potential for some large hail. And then, friends, once we get done with that one, we have another one coming up out of Sumner County. Right now, it's just west of Wellington, out toward Argonia. Again, a threat of quarter to perhaps half-dollar-sized hail. And this is moving to the northeast and will also be coming up into the southern part of Sedgwick County, coming back up to Peck in about 27 minutes, Purcell in 39 minutes. So again, another strong one, quarter to perhaps half-dollar-sized hail still possible with that storm. Looks like it once again will be the umpteenth close call for Wellington this afternoon. Most of the storms have just seemed to skirt them. We're also tracking another strong one that's in the southeast part of Harper County. This also has an area right in this part of the storm that has the potential to produce some quarter-sized hail. That'll be coming up toward Metcalf in 4 minutes, 31 minutes to Milan. So it's just the latest in this parade of thunderstorms as we continue to track them. I would say one final thing, and that is because these things are going over the same area over and over again, our risk for high water, for flooding, will increase as we go through the next couple of hours because they are following the same path across south central Kansas. That's another thing I really think we need to watch out for. Darren, Steph?
Turn around, don't drown.
Well,
you know
and I suppose the ground gets so saturated it just can't absorb more.
It's got nowhere to go,
as the night goes on.
All right, we've been hearing a lot about warnings and watches today, so we want to go through exactly and tell you what the difference is between a tornado watch and also a tornado warning.
When there is a tornado watch, it means that tornadoes are possible in that watch area, but And this is important. None have been spotted. Make sure your emergency plan is ready to go and that you know where your nearest storm shelter is located.
A tornado warning means a tornado has been observed by either radar or by a spotter out in the field. This is when you need to get to your tornado shelter and stay there until the danger has passed. Please don't go outside and try to see or take pictures of the tornado. Yeah, it could cost you your life. Well, we are getting a better look at the storm pictures tonight.
Yeah.
Nothing serious, really, but we've got some video sent in to us by a viewer. This is actually your hairstylist, right? Tamber, look at Tamber out there at 21st and May. She's driving around at 4:30 this afternoon and kind of got startled by it. She was probably more worried about maybe getting some damage to her car at that time. But a little bit of hail, right?
In the car, it sounds so loud, but
Right.
the hailstones were actually not too big at that point. But I'm sure it felt much worse when you're out in it.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look now at a photo of hailstones from Peck. Sandra included a ruler in her shot. Look at the size of that. It's about 1 inch to 1.5 inches wide. Now here's a photo of hailstones collecting on the ground in Hayesville. St. John Andrews took this shot. Thank you to him. Here's a photo of storm clouds by Geet Curtis. They were taken right before the rain in El Dorado.
And this is a photo from Ken Crockett, who took this picture near Harry and Hillside. Looks like a hail, but luckily nothing too big there. And this is a photo of hail taken by Clara Moon.
Wow.
Pretty good shot of some hail. Maybe, yeah, probably at least maybe a golf ball size right there.
I'd guess so.
And this is a photo of hailstones collected by a 4-year-old and taken by his mama. Yeah, Kelly O'Keefe noticed the helmet. Yeah, she said that she had safety first in mind. She took
Smart woman.
Absolutely. She took the shot at 119th and Pawnee. That was around 4:15 this afternoon.
One way you can stay alert when it comes to severe weather is with the street level tracking with our weather app. You can download it for free on Apple and Android devices.
We have been in contact with our crews who have been out in the field today tracking all those storms for us. KSN's Avery Anderson is live tonight near South Wichita at the Turnpike Exchange there with an update for us. That live shot right there, though, kind of dark skies.
Apparently we lost Avery. We'll check back in with her a little later. Our crew's also tracking the storm south of Hayesville. Let's see if we can check in with Brittany Glass. And Brittany, tell us what you're seeing. It looks a little clearer.
Stephanie, Darren, we're still here at 55th South and Seneca, where you're right. Things look a lot clearer now than last we spoke. Now, earlier, I did show you some of the hail that is accumulated in this area. It's really accumulated along Seneca. I talked to you earlier, too, about some of the localized flooding that's become a little bit of an issue in the area. We've been traveling north on Seneca as we have left the city rather, of Hayesville. Again, a really pretty clear overall scene right now. Skies are gray, no rain to report, however, no hail coming down right now. Localized flooding seems to be the big issue, but not too many cars, not too many drivers out on the roadways. It's just this gray sky, very quiet out here right now. Again, we're at 55th, and it looks as though we just spotted some lightning behind me, so that's something we are, of course, going to keep tracking here, and now we hear that thunder following it. So we will, of course, make sure we're safe out here, and it seems as though everyone in the area is doing the same. Again, we are here at 55th and Seneca. We will bring you the latest developments here as soon as they become available. Back to you guys.
All right, Brittany, we are
time to wrap it up and
She
get back
needs
inside
to get
the car.
in the car.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, let's take a live look outside the KSN studios here at 8th and Main. Yeah, still kind of dark and gloomy out there, and so far our running river, the river that runs through downtown Wichita, has not dissipated. Yeah, we still have several inches of water kind of just hanging out there, but I guess the good news is no more rain at this point in time, so maybe over the evening hours that water will find some place to go, because as we've seen on the radar, it looks like there's going to be another shot of storms coming through the metro here.
I thought I saw a flash of maybe lightning.
Yeah, it could have been some. I
I
tell you
don't
what,
know. We've got
there's
so much moving through. Who knows?
Everything is, the radar's been lighting up since about 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah.
It's been quite an afternoon and into the evening now.
There have been some closings and cancellations we want to tell you about. Of special note, today is the 25th anniversary of the Andover tornado. There was going to be a remembrance ceremony at 6 tonight. It has been canceled, but for those of you who have tickets to the Blue Man Group performance at Century 2, that is still going on as planned. Century 2 has a big basement, so they say they can shelter hundreds of people inside if needed.
A lot of people, a lot of school districts, that is, have canceled their evening events. Plus, Wichita State and Friends University, they are closed. To see the complete list of all those closings, just go to KSN.com.
Well, again, it was 25 years ago today. A lot of people lost their lives in the Andover tornado. We told you the town was going to hold a ceremony tonight. Look at that video. I still can't get over it. That's from 1991. Wow. They were going to have a remembrance ceremony to remember the victims and pay tribute to how the town has recovered. But because of the severe weather, it has been canceled. We'll let you know as soon as it is rescheduled. Oh, my gosh. Well, because of the huge severe weather threat all across Kansas tonight, Westar says they've actually told their crews, yeah, they need to be on standby in case the power does go out. Westar wants to remind customers that if you have an outage, report it online. While you're online, you can sign up to get text updates about the outages. Another way to report an outage is to download the My Westar mobile app. And remember, always stay away from downed power lines. Don't walk under or step over them. And the American Red Cross says they are ready to help victims of tonight's possible storms. Volunteers and employees have been placed on high alert, and resources such as feeding trucks are on standby and shelter agreements are in place. After the storm, the Red Cross can help people let their loved ones know that they are safe by going to a link at KSN.com or by calling 1-800-RED-CROSS, and a Red Cross operator can help them register. Well, we do have crews all over Wichita. We want to check out north of Wichita now. Emily Younger is live in Park City to give us an update there. What's going on, Emily?
Well, Steph, Darren, here in Park City, the weather's really picking up, specifically the rain. Now, take a look out here. About, 5 minutes ago, it was very, very relatively, nothing. Just a couple sprinkles. In the last minute or so, it's really started coming down. And we've seen some pea-sized hail. And another thing is the wind. It comes in waves. For a while, it'll be nothing at all. And then all of a sudden, here we go again. So here, big story is just the rain coming down pretty hard. You can see drivers right here, they're taking it pretty slow, but we'll stay out here and keep you updated. Live in Park City, Emily Younger, KSN News.
You see that car that was trying to go through there? That was some pretty high water, exactly what David talked about. It's just not worth it. Let's check in with Dave right now to get an update on our weather situation. Or maybe not. All right, well, let's talk about this. Some schools closed early today, but not Wichita Public Schools. All afternoon and evening activities were canceled, though. Remember, USD 259 has storm shelters for all students. For kids who were headed home on the buses, the drivers, they knew to take the students to the nearest school shelter if need be, but obviously at 6:12, I think they're probably okay. But for schools that got out at 4:10 this evening, 2 hours ago, the district decided to keep the kids at school until actually about an hour and 15 minutes ago. Now the buses, well, they did go through their normal routes to get the kiddos home, and that is part of their severe weather policy. All right.
Now let's check in with Dave Freeman for the very latest.
We're still tracking some strong storms. We are by no means done yet, and the rain is really starting to stack up. We've already had one report of Butler County getting more than 1 1/3 inches of rain, and we still have some heavy rain on the radar at this hour. So let's start with the south central Kansas. Strong storms still extending from north central Oklahoma right up to Wichita and then right up paralleling the turnpike. So in the Wichita metro area right now, we still have very heavy rain, possible hail going right across the northern part of the metro from the North Turnpike Exchange up I-135, Park City, Keachai Valley Center. This area of the storms is continuing to move to the northeast. So let's go ahead and put a track on this and give that an analysis for you. Well, let's see if we can get the radar back where I want it. There we go. Now we'll go ahead and do that for you. We've got that storm going to the northeast at about 25 miles an hour, which is the way most of them have gone through the day today. The threat area would be going into Keachai in about 3 minutes, Furley in 8 minutes, Bel Air in 12 minutes, and Whitewater in 13 minutes. I still think there's a hail possibility here, quarter to perhaps $half sized hail, particularly right in that area from Valley Center to Park City. That would be the most likely location for that hail. And I think all along here we could still see some gusty straight line winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour as well. So that's the northern part of Wichita. Now On the southwest side, here comes another one up out of Sumner County, doing the same thing, coming right up into the Wichita metro area. If we kind of adjust our view so we can get on the front end of this and show you how that one's going to move. We're going to go right across the Wichita metro area at about 25 miles an hour. So this is going to be coming back up into Peck again in the next 6 minutes, Schulte in 12 minutes, down to Murray Gill in 14 minutes. And eventually that could come right up into the heart of Wichita. Once again, a chance for heavy rain and potentially some quarter-sized hail along with gusty winds. Now on the bottom end of that, let's go ahead and show you the bottom end of it, because we do have indications of hail there just northwest of Wellington. So again, I think quarter-sized hail could make it back up into Wichita again before we're done. We're also tracking another strong one from Argonia down into southern parts of Harper County. Here again, quarter to perhaps $half sized hail still showing as a possibility with some of these storms as well. So let's go ahead and put that track on there for you. Again, to the northeast at about 25 miles an hour. That's going to be coming back into Mayfield, which has been in the mix for much of the last several hours. 32 minutes. 41 minutes to Riverdale. I think we really do have to still allow for the possibility of quarter to $half sized hail and 50 to 60 mile an hour winds with this one as well as it comes back up into the metro area. Along the turnpike, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings right now, but I show you this because this is an area that's vulnerable to rain, to heavy rain, lots of it. I think we have to watch for flooding problems along the turnpike corridor, and you can see that that does not stop. It actually gets even more significant from Emporia north and Emporia on to the east. And we actually have several more hours where we still are vulnerable to some of these stronger storms. Meteorologist Laura Bannon has more on that.
Well, although we have not had any tornado warnings in quite some time, but that threat still continues with these storms. If you're in the area of red, this is from Oklahoma through the central and even eastern parts of Kansas. And notice how it wraps all the way back just east of Hill City as well. If you are in this red box, you are under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock. So you still have a couple more hours as far as these storms continue to push through the region. Now they are still able to pack a bit of a punch, meaning that tornadoes are still favorable with these storms as they continue through central Kansas. We'll continue to track them, keeping a very close eye on until this time and even into the overnight hours. Darren, Steph, back.
Okay, thank you very much, Laura. Of course, we talked about it earlier. 25 years ago today was the Andover tornado. It's very eerie, and actually Sharday Gray is live tonight in Andover at where there was supposed to be a ceremony marking the event. It was canceled because of the weather. Is that right, Sharday?
That's right, Darren. That's right. We're here in Andover right now, and the rain has pretty much stopped as of right now. But let me tell you about my experience leaving out of Wichita. We noticed, and we passed a couple of gas stations where people were basically taking shelter underneath. There was a lot of hail coming down about pea-size, and near Washington and Kellogg, people were stopped under the viaduct as the hail was coming down. Now, as the hail lifted, we got a little bit closer to Andover. The rain dissipated, as I mentioned before, but we're here at St. Vincent de Paul Church, where I talked to a woman earlier, and she said that she works here at the church, and she had blankets over her car. My guess was that her car had been hit with hail, but she said that she put the blankets over there, and I just want to pan off, if we can pan off, Dylan, just to show where her car is, that it looks fine right now, but she put blankets over it earlier because she lives here in Andover, and she was here during the 1991 Andover tornado, and she noticed that there were clouds that looked similar to the clouds in 1991, and she didn't want to take that chance. Now, she said that the church has given her permission to leave, but she said that she will talk to us a little bit later. Hopefully we'll get that interview to you a little bit later on in our newscast. But for now, live in Andover, Sharday Gray, KSN News.
That has to be a scary feeling if you were there in 1991 and then going through another severe weather situation today. Thank you, Sharday. Our crews also tracking the storms include KSN's Brittany Glass. She is west and southwest of Wichita. Brittany, what's going on now?
Go.
Stephanie, we are driving north on Hoover now near the intersection of 55th Street South, like I told you about earlier. And the big headline now is just some rain. It has picked up just briefly here. You can see the sprinkles hitting the windshield. Just saw a flash of lightning, but no hail to report. Very few drivers out on the roadway right this moment. but these roads don't appear to be experiencing any localized flooding. That doesn't appear to be an issue. I haven't seen any hailstones that have been left over. It's not hailing right now. As you can tell from the windshield view that you're getting right now, it has picked up just a little bit in the past couple of minutes as far as rain is concerned. Gray skies out here, but not much else to report. Pretty calm out here right now. But again, we are traveling north on Hoover, and conditions out here not bad right now. We're going to, of course, continue monitoring the situation and see what else we can find out here.
Okay, thanks, Britt, for the update. We will check back in with you in just a little bit, but we want to show you more of the photos that we are getting from KSN viewers tonight. Mandy Kennedy sent us this picture of hail near Lincoln in Hillside. Yeah, it looks sort of like snow there on the deck. Heather Gaynor took this picture of hail that hit south of downtown Wichita, about Harry and Market. Yeah, probably almost ping pong ball size. This photo was sent to us by Tyler Hobbs. Here it is. Compared to a grapefruit, that is some big hail. That's very large. We're working to find the exact location where that hail fell today. Now, this is a photo of hail taken by Angela Tucker in northwest Wichita. Pretty good comparison. It's about the size of one of those breath mints that you get. This photo came to us from Dennis Hess. He shows us a quarter-size hail that fell in the College Hill area earlier today. Monique Sanchez took this photo in the Riverside area. This shows the two different types of hail that fell in the neighborhood.
Mark Swayze took this photo. It shows a variety of different hailstones, around an inch or so. Thanks for the ruler. That always helps us explain the size of the hail. That fell around 31st and Meridian. Take a look at this. Again, this is a photo from Dennis Hess. He shows us quarter-size hail that fell in the College Hill area. That's almost perfectly round. Wow. Zachary Wheeler sent a picture in to us. He says, boy, that looks big.
That is.
This hail was over 2 inches in diameter. It fell near Pawnee and Broadway. Could you imagine that hitting your windshield or in the head?
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. You took the words right out of my mouth. We've actually been getting some video, too, into the KSN newsroom, and I'm not sure if we're going to... Yeah, look at that. I'm going to be quiet for a second. Listen to it. You saw that flash, right?
So often, yes.
Wow, that is a lot of hail that came down earlier here in the Wichita area.
Luckily, again, in all our video, all our pictures, we're not seeing many cars, many people out. So hopefully they're staying inside where it's safe. Because again, hail can do a lot of damage. It can also hurt.
Well, I never had it happen here, but I've lived in other parts of the country down in the south and got my car torched one time by a hailstorm. I mean, the hail is very powerful and can do a lot of damage, that's
so
for
as much as we enjoy getting the pictures, only take them if you can do so inside through a window or maybe a sliding glass door.
And when there's lightning, too. You know what I mean? Don't be outside. Well, I think, are we going to go back up to Emily? Okay, we have crews up in north of Wichita tonight. Emily Younger is live in Park City with an update on the situation there. It looks like the rain stopped, though. Okay, I think that was lightning, and we had some audio problems, so we're gonna, we'll check in. We're gonna check in with her when.
It just shows how quickly things can change. It was raining hard the last time we went to her. This time, no rain, but then lightning.
Yeah, and the situation continues to evolve. We've been getting watches and warnings. Just heard some thunder. Let's take time right now to kind of distinguish between what is a tornado watch and what is a tornado warning. It's a pretty big difference.
Right. When there is a tornado watch, it means that tornadoes are possible in the watch area, but this is important, none have been spotted. Make sure your emergency plan is ready to go and you know where your nearest storm shelter is located.
A tornado warning means a tornado has been observed by either radar or by a spotter out in the field. This is when you need to get to your tornado shelter and stay there until the danger has passed. Please don't try and go outside and see the tornado or take pictures of the tornado because obviously it's way too dangerous and it could cost you your life.
We're going to check back with Emily. Hopefully she is inside where it is safe. She is in Park City with an update. Emily.
Well, Steph, Darren, the story here tonight in Park City is the rain. And just as I say that, you can see it. I can feel it coming down. And boy, has it been coming down for quite some time. Now, we've been in this area of 61st and Broadway for the last hour and a half or so, and the rain just keeps coming in waves. This is what I'm talking about. Right now, it's a pretty steady rain. At one point, we saw some pea-sized hail. Now, again, it was just pea-sized, pretty small, And now you can see, I mean, drivers here are coming underneath this awning here where we're at this gas station, trying to get some cover. We saw some other cars pulling underneath the car wash to keep their cars safe and themselves safe. Now, as you can see, I mean, again, it just keeps coming down, and obviously, you know, we'll be out here for a while longer to monitor the situation. For now, though, live in Park City, Emily Younger, KSN News.
Okay, stay safe, guys. I appreciate it. We've been getting a lot of pictures into the KSN newsroom, and I believe right now we are going to go and show you some more. Yeah, this is some pictures that were taken in by Sandra. You can see that's a pretty decent size hail ball there, right there, almost probably the size of a ping pong ball, maybe even a golf ball.
Right. Boy, it looks like by the ruler, maybe 1.5 inches.
Here's another picture from St. John Andrews of some of those hailstones, maybe pea-sized hail that fell earlier today when it was still daylight out there. And this is a cool cloud formation, almost looks like a bear paw there. That's from Geet Curtis, kind of before the rain and the hail started to fall from his location.
This is a photo from Ken Crockett. He took this picture near Harry and Hillside. It looks like hail, but it doesn't look like very big hail. This is a photo now of hail taken by Clara Moon. Look at that one. It is big and it looks jagged.
Big.
It's a good shot of some hail, maybe quarter to golf ball size, I'm guessing. Here is a 4-year-old who looks like he has wide eyes.
Yeah,
he's kind of overwhelmed by this. His mother, Kelly O'Keefe, took the picture. She says, take note of the helmet, safety first. And that's what we always ask. If you're going to send a picture, make sure you can do it safely.
And one way you can stay alert when it comes to severe weather is with the street level tracking with our weather app. You can download it for absolutely free, no money at all, on Apple and Android devices.
All right, let's check back in with Dave Freeman, who's been tracking the storm. Dave?
Well, we need to say that we're not done. I know it feels like this has been going on forever, but the line of thunderstorms continues from northern Oklahoma, strong all the way up the turnpike. We also continue to watch stronger storms in far north central Kansas on up into Nebraska. And in northern Oklahoma, actually some signs in the last little while of strengthening in that area too. So the night is still young. Now here in south central Kansas, we still have a line of strong storms with severe thunderstorm warnings still in place, and that does include a couple to be concerned about in the metro area. As we note on the north side of town, right at Park City, right on up the I-135 past Valley Center, we've got a strong thunderstorm that still has heavy rain and perhaps a little bit of small hail, nickel to maybe quarter-sized hail still possible out of this storm. It continues to move to the northeast and will be coming across Keachai in about 6 minutes, Furley up in 17 minutes, and in 30 minutes it'll get to Whitewater. This particular part of the storm a little bit less impressive in terms of the hail threat, but nickel to quarter-sized hail still possible out of that area. Well, a stronger hail threat is right down on the Sumner-Sedgwick County line on the south side of town. You can see that is actually pretty strong part of the thunderstorm just southwest of Clearwater in northern Sumner County, and this also is moving to the northeast. So let me go ahead and get on the front side of this and give you a track, because friends, this one is going to be going right across the Wichita metro area here in the next little while. It's going to come up to Hayesville in about 4 minutes, Sunset Park in 6 minutes, and then all the way down to Midland Park in 8 minutes. And then, as you can see, that potentially would come right up through the metro area again. I still think that quarter-sized to perhaps half-dollar-sized hail is entirely possible with this next round, and I might add, with another round of heavy rain coming right up into the metro area, I think that high water issue is going to be aggravated. So let's use some common sense. We all know those places. We all know where that water is going to get high. Let's everybody take care and avoid those areas. Don't attempt to drive through. As we follow this line of storms further south, it goes all the way down to the Oklahoma line. Not all of this is covered by a severe thunderstorm warning, but even the weaker parts of this storm are still going to produce very heavy rain along with nickel-sized or penny-sized hail. And then you can see the stronger parts still covered by that severe thunderstorm warning. As we go up along the turnpike, same thing. Not all of these are covered by severe thunderstorm warnings, but the heavy rain coming on top of what we already had is a concern. And around Cottonwood Falls, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning with quarter to perhaps half-dollar-sized hail in the Cottonwood Falls area right now. So I don't think we're done. I think we have a ways to go yet throughout the night. We will continue to keep you updated as needed and only as needed.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are the stars of America's game. Pat Sajak and Vanna White.
That would be us. Hi there, everybody. Big Jim. Thanks, folks. You're very kind, but we can't dawdle. We have a show to do. Goodbye. Hi, good to see y'all. Get ready. Your time in the spotlight has arrived. $1,000 what we're